Good morning. I'm audible, I'm visible. Yes? Okay, we'll wait 2-3 minutes and then we'll begin. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Thank you, Shivani. We have three very interesting topics to cover today. We have to finish Carnatic Wars. If you remember, we started yesterday. So we'll finish Carnatic Wars. I'll give you a basic recap of the first Carnatic War. Then we have to do the conquest of Bengal. And then we have to do the Marathas today. And we'll do some previous year questions also. And the irony of the fact is that out of all these topics, very heavy topics, only 3 to 4 questions have come in the past 10 years. So that's the basic point. The area is big, but it is not that problematic in the examination. And one more thing which you need to note generally is that don't practice questions before 2013, previous year questions. Only after 2013, the previous year questions are relevant. Because a lot of students go to 1996, then go to 1998 and pick up questions from there. Those questions are not relevant for you because generally, the pattern changed in 2013-14. So this whole concept of CSAT and the way environment ecology became a major part of the course itself, of the syllabus itself. So 2013 before, it is not relevant. After 2013, it is relevant. So if you're doing questions from 2093, 94, you will see the question nature is totally different. Is extremely different, fully different in that regard. So don't have to worry in that sense. So make sure that you are only solving questions after the 2013 period. I'm waiting 1 more minute for everybody to join in and then I'll start. But just a basic word of advice. Just basic advice. Yes? Okay, perfect. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Okay. Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'll summarize, I'll give you a basic summary of what we are doing. Don't worry about that. We'll be discussing the first Carnatic War, but only briefly in that regard. And thereafter we'll go into the second Carnatic War. Good morning. Thank you, Gorli. Means a lot. Thank you. Okay. We will practice questions after we've covered a certain portion. The basic point is, see, I would like to do a lot of previous year questions with you. But the ironical part is UPSC also does not like this area. They've given 3 questions that too very tangentially related to this. That's the saving grace also, because it has a lot of facts. UPSC is concentrating more on constitutional history, national movement, rather than this area. So as much as I would like to do say 10, 11 questions with you, there are no 10, 11 questions. And you will see certain statements or certain question part of those questions are related to other things also in that regard. In that regard. So the basic point is that we will discuss these three things, then we'll do previous year questions in the end to just refresh our mind generally. Right? Okay. So is everybody ready? Can I start the discussion for today? Yes, great. So let's begin our discussion generally. One second, I'm just taking the preview in front of me. Okay. Once you are super excited for India to get colonized. Very good. Okay. Now, first things first, what did we do yesterday? Yesterday, we discussed the concept of what we call as Austrian War of Succession. We discussed the Austrian War of Succession, which happened in the erstwhile Austrian Empire, and that was basically about the succession after the king had died. And the simple point was that the king being dead, there were two claimants to it, the daughter Maria Theresa and the son. And Europe will get divided amongst itself over this issue. Can Maria Theresa or can a daughter succeed the Austrian Habsburgian Empire as it is called? And Britain and France will come on the opposite sides of this discussion. Britain will say yes, France will say no. And therefore, there will be a lot of hostility which will start to rise in the European sector. And together between 1740 to 48, this period is called the Austrian War of Succession. There was a war in Europe which was on who will succeed, who will be the next king of Austria generally. But what is more interesting for us is that Britain and France had already been in different conflicts, the 100 Years' War, the 30 Years' War. The fact of the matter was that this will now spill over into the Indian subcontinent. And when we talk about the Indian subcontinent itself, we look at the Carnatic sector because the Carnatic sector has two of the most important ports. First, the headquarters of the English in Madras, and the second, the headquarters of the French in Pondicherry. And we discussed that basically this Austrian War of Succession is going to become the reason for the first Carnatic War in India. Now, what was the first Carnatic War? As we know, the first Carnatic War was fought in the on or rather on our eastern coast, and the concept was that from Pondicherry, to Madras, Dupleix, who was the governor of the French, said to Madras that don't allow the aggression or the conflict of Europe to spill over into India. Let us be neutral here. Let them fight in Europe. However, the English will seize certain ships of the French. And what is going to happen is once the French will see that the English have brought in the hostility of Europe into Indian subcontinent, what will happen is as soon as these ships will be seized by Madras, now from Mauritius, there will be a navy which will come to Pondicherry for the French, and that will in turn attack Madras and take Madras siege, or what we call as besiege Madras and occupy it. Now the English, rather than actually going or rather fighting the French directly, the Madras authorities or the English go to Arcot. Arcot is basically the capital of the Carnatic state. And the person who had been nominated by Dostali to become the Nawab was Anwaruddin. They will go to Anwaruddin and say that why is that with whilst you are here, and even when you are the paramount power here, why is that the French were able to show aggression? And Anwaruddin will respond to this by sending a small army to Pondicherry, and the French and Anwaruddin are going to fight at the Battle of St. Thom, and the French will defeat the Anwaruddin army, thereby establishing their supremacy. However, though they were able to occupy Madras here, the Austrian War of Succession will end in 1748 with what is called the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. And the Aix-la-Chapelle, the treaty itself, was one such treaty which ended the hostility in Europe, and that in turn ended the hostility in India also. And therefore, French will hand over Madras back, and everybody is going to go back to the status quo as it was. There was no change generally, right? So this was the basic story of this first Carnatic War. Anybody who was there, a lot of you had gone either for some reason, but the basic point is I hope that you know the first Carnatic War. Is the first Carnatic War clear? What is the reason for the first Carnatic War? Austrian War of Succession. What happened was basically what the English showed was a sibling mentality. They were the first to be aggressive, but rather than responding to it, they went to Anwaruddin to get him involved and not fight the French directly, and exposing the rivalry in India in the straightforward manner. So are we clear with regards to the first Carnatic War? Because second Carnatic War has no connection to the first Carnatic War, but is these two, first and third, are related to European politics. Can I move to second Carnatic War? If this type of question come, you don't have the time to make a map. The problem is in the examination, you will be overworked. You will not have the time. If you can, sure, but you would have to explain everything you make. So that is the problem. You make it also, you would have to explain it also. Now the discussion, is shifting towards we've discussed the Aix-la-Chapelle, 1748, and we've discussed how French got certain territories in North America. Madras was returned to the English. It clearly displayed the supremacy of the French. Dupleix showed that he was a good diplomat and what we call as naval commander and a general commander with regards to the army. And this also showed that naval power matters, and now the British will also realize this generally. Now we go to the second Carnatic War. In order to understand the second Carnatic War, let's go to the map again. Now, the discussion I am starting is second Carnatic War. Ready? Everybody's here? No issues? No issues, Dilip. Just have to concentrate in class. I will bridge that gap. Don't worry. Okay. Great. Now, unlike the first Carnatic War, the second Carnatic War reasons were not in Europe, were but actually in India. And it is the first time we see that how the Europeans will technically meddle into Indian politics. So you have a state here, a big state here. What is it called? Come on. Understanding of maps, we've discussed this. What is this successor state called? Very good. Perfect. It's called Hyderabad. And you have one state here, which we have previously discussed also, which is what sector is this? This is Carnatic sector. Perfect. So you have two states here. One is, and let me write it separately. This is, and this is Carnatic. Very good. Mysore a little bit lower. Rather, Mysore would be like tucked in here somewhere. Mysore is in between here. But we are not concentrating on Mysore. We are concentrating on these two right now. Okay. Now, the person who rules Hyderabad, what is his name? You already know that. I've already told you the actors of the story. Nizam ul Mulk Asaf Shah. Very good. So the person who rules this area is Nizam ul Mulk Asafja. Now you will understand the importance of why we discussed those names. And though Anwaruddin had been generally nominated, the original ruler was called Dost Ali. Dost Ali. And you have the French sitting here and the English sitting here. They have already seen hostility. Now comes the second kinetic war context. What happens is that as soon as Nizam ul Mulk Asafjah dies, there are two claimants to this throne. There are two claimants to this throne. One is called Nasir Jang, and the other one is called Muzaffar Jang. I don't care who is the son, daughter, grandson, father, mother, what are they, how are they related. That is unnecessary for me. The basic point is there are two people who argue that they want to be the next Nizam. The next Nizam. And whilst Dost Ali had already nominated, and we saw, had already nominated Anwaruddin as the next Nawab, there was also a challenge which came to Anwaruddin from a person called Chand Sahib. Called Chand Sahib. So now, if you look at it, there is a civil war position or a war-like what we call condition in both the Nizam's territory and and the Carnatic sector, because who will come to power? In Nizamul Mulk or in Hyderabad, it was Nasir Jang and Muzaffar Jang. And whilst Dost Ali had already nominated Anwaruddin, the problem was that Chand Sahib still wanted power, and there was a power struggle between these two personalities. Anwaruddin, Chand Sahib, Nasir Jang, and Muzaffar Jang. Any issue here? There are two claimants to the throne after the death of the kings, and I think you can basically understand how it is. It's a tussle for power between these two personalities, both in Hyderabad and in Carnatic. Any issue till this point? No? Very good. Now, ideally, this should have been an internal matter. Ideally, this should have been an internal matter. But now the English and the French start to play with Chile. Don't look for Karnataka, Tamil Nadu right now. I'm giving you very rough positions. I know the Mysorean sector is not directly shown. Concentrate on what matters. This is rough diagram. So I know where is Tamil Nadu. I know where is Karnataka. Concentrate for the purpose of the discussion. So generally, it should have been an internal matter, both for the Nizam and both for the Carnatic sector. But now the English and the French start to take sides. And this is where things start to become interesting and problematic for the Indian subcontinent. What is going to happen is Nasir Jang and Anwaruddin will get the support of the English. And Muzaffar Jang and Chand Sahib will get the French support. Now you can see how both of them have taken opposite sides in the story. The Muzaffar Jang and Chand Sahib have the support of the French, whilst Nasir Jang and Anwaruddin should have English support. Now, French, France, same thing. The basic point is that this is going to complicate this matter, and it is this war of succession which is going to become the reason for the Second Carnatic War. So, if you understand the setting, I will tell you what happened in the Second Carnatic War. But basically, it's two civil wars, war of succession in India between Hyderabad and the Carnatic state. And very simply, Nasir Jang, Muzaffar Jang, and Anwaruddin and Chand Sahib fighting, and the English and the French technically taking sides here with regards to how or who will come to power in that regard. They have their own interests, because if their pro king comes, it will in turn help them grow in this sector. I want everybody's assertion that this is perfect, then I move forward. Am I making sense? Very good. Now, see, there is Arcot, which is the capital of Carnatic state. There's also a small fort very close to Arcot, which is called Trinichopoli. It's a old fort. Now the name has changed. It's called Trinichipili. Now it was used to be called by the British as Trinichopoli, and you have Hyderabad, and you have the whole Carnatic sector, and you have this area which is basically the Hyderabad sector and the Carnatic sector. Now please understand one thing. I am telling you these stories, but Trichy as it is called, sure. You don't have to get caught up in the stories. I will tell you what to learn, but it is my job to tell you basically what happened. Now, what is going to happen is that the alliance of the French with Muzaffar Jang and Chand Sahib will actually fight with the English faction, which is Nasir Jang and Anwaruddin. And in this, what will happen is that the French will dominate again. The French side or faction will dominate. Wherein what actually happened was that Chand Sahib will dominate Anwaruddin, and Anwaruddin will be killed, and Muzaffar Jang will technically dominate Nasir Jang, and he will also be killed. Now, for Chand Sahib to become king, should Anwaruddin have a son or should not have a son? There should be no claimant. On the throne. Yes. So Anwaruddin, if he does not have any claimant, if he does not have any son, then Chand Sahib can automatically come to power. But the problem was that though the French side dominated the English side, both in Hyderabad sector and in the Carnatic sector, the problem was there was a son of Anwaruddin. His name is Muhammad Ali, and he was sitting in the Trinopoli fort. So now it becomes imperative for the French and Chand Sahib to kill Muhammad Ali, so that there is no claimant to the Carnatic state and Chand Sahib can become the king. So the complication here is that though the French won both sectors, Hyderabad and Muhammad and the Carnatic sector, the Carnatic sector needs further reinforcement by killing Muhammad Ali, the son of Anwaruddin, so that there is no glitch or there is no problem in proper succession. Now, what you need to understand here is that the French, as soon as they will get a lot of concessions. They will appoint a person called Debussy to go and sit in the Hyderabad court. The northern Sirkars, this area will technically be ceded to the French, will be given to the French. The French will be able to actually dominate Hyderabad politics. So the French had an upper hand as of right now. Can we agree that till this point, the French have an upper hand and the English are on the back foot properly, and therefore they need to find a way to bring this story back, because the English side was generally losing. Both Nasir Jang was killed, Anwaruddin was killed, and now his son, who is sitting in the Trinopoli fort. The French and Chand Sahib have created a lot of pressure on this fort, and they will make sure that they kill Muhammad Ali. So, very simply, the English here supported the two weak rulers, and very simply, the French had a much bigger military presence as of right now. But you will see, military presence doesn't matter, rather tactics matter. So, if the war stopped right now, who would win this war? The French. We all can agree to that? Very good. But now comes the master stroke of the English and how they change the tide itself. They change the tide basically by distracting Chand Sahib and the French. The English, rather than resisting the Trinopoli fort, the English attack Arcot. The English attack Arcot, which is that basically Arcot was open because Chand Sahib was sitting in Trinopoli. So you have first this, second this, third this, fourth this, that the English will attack Arcot. This is called the Siege of Arcot. Now, if the English are attacking Arcot, Chand Sahib needs to move, because if the English capture the capital, there's no point killing Muhammad Ali itself. And what the English were successfully able to do was to basically break this alliance temporarily. And now Chand Sahib will move. Chand Sahib will move to Arcot. And what will happen is very simple. Chand Sahib alone, does he have a chance against the English alone? No. As soon as Chand Sahib will move towards Arcot, the English will kill Chand Sahib, appoint Muhammad Ali to the Nizamship of, or rather the Nawabship of Carnatic, and they will now move to Hyderabad and kill Muhammad Ali. Muzaffar Jang had already been killed by his own nobles, but they will kill the French nominee there also, and just turn the tide within 2 months and win the Second Carnatic War via their military tactics. So, till one point, it seemed that the French were going to win this, but actually, the English won it in the long run, because the siege of Arcot separated Chand Sahib from the French, which in turn led to the death of Chand Sahib and Muzaffar Jang becoming the king itself. And thereafter, not Muzaffar Jung, rather Muhammad Ali becoming the king itself. And Muzaffar Jung had already been killed because of internal politics by of the French and the Hyderabad state. But the French had established, or rather put in, a titular figurehead also. I'll tell you his name. But that what will happen is he will also be killed, and the French will lose both sectors quickly. So, what is this strategy behind Arcot? See, the basic mistake, the basic mistake which French and Chan Sahib did was, you can't sit in the the Trinopoli sector keeping your capital open. This is where the British saw an opportunity. First Anglo-French War is already done. First Carnatic War we did yesterday only. Here we are discussing the second Carnatic War. I will give you the story out of the PPT also, but try it. I'll give you a flow chart here, so that you understand it better. But I hope that it's making a little bit sense. You don't have to remember these stories, but it will be helpful generally to understand this area. So French, Muzaffar Jung, San Sahib dominate first. Then you have Muhammad Ali alive. French and Chan Sahib do a tactical mistake and sit in the Trinopoli fort, or push into the Trinopoli fort, keeping Arcot open. Arcot will be attacked by the English, turning the tide and changing the momentum itself. And therefore, Carnatic and the Hyderabad sector will very quickly go to the English after the French already had an upper hand. And this war will end with what is called the Treaty of Pondicherry. Treaty of Pondicherry, in which the joke of the century was signed, in which English and French will say, we will now never meddle into the internal politics of the Indians. This is called the joke of the century, because that is what they were actually going to do throughout the next century itself. But they will say that no, 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 we will not do anything. We will keep to ourselves, which they won't. So I'll read it out of the PPT. Then I will give you the flow chart. Can we do that? Second revision through the PPT, third revision through the flow chart, and we move to the third Carnatic War. Okay, perfect. Now, the second Carnatic War, 49 to 1754, was based on the civil wars in the Hyderabad and the Carnatic sector on the issue of succession. Interfering into local disputes had now become a major dangerous precedent which both of them established. In Carnatic, Chan Sahib, son-in-law of former Nawab Dost Ali, and Anwaruddin, the Nawab nominated by Dost Ali itself, had a power struggle. On the other hand, Chanda and Chan Sahib, same thing. You can remove this A. This is a English translation issue. Then in Hyderabad, Muzaffar Jung and Nasir Jung, grandson and son, were technically going to fight over who will come to power itself. Years are not important, Ashwarya. I will tell you, years really don't matter. First, let me finish this whole section. I will remove the need for years only. That is given for your reference. That is it. Now, we can see that basically in Nizamul Mulk Asaf Jah will be, there is a power struggle between Nasir Jung and Muzaffar Jung and Anwaruddin and Chan Sahib. And whilst Nasir Jung will get the support of English and Muzaffar Jung will get the support of the French, and English will support Anwaruddin, who had responded to their plea in the first Carnatic War, and the French will support Chan Sahib, who vowed to help the French claw back their confidence in this area. So now you can see both are meddling into the internal politics of India generally. Now, the combined armies of Muzaffar Jung, Chan Sahib, and the French defeated and killed Anwaruddin at the Battle of Ambur. Thereafter, Chan Sahib was appointed as the Nawab, while Muhammad Ali fled to Trinopoli. French and Chan Sahib's forces surrounded the Trinopoli fort, and Nasir Jung will also lose his life in 1750 in a small battle. Now, as soon as Nasir Jung will be appointed, Muzaffar Jung will become victorious. Duplex will be given a lot of Mughal territory, erstwhile Mughal territory in near the river Krishna itself. Pondicherry, Mosli Patnam will be given to the French. French even acquired the northern Sirkars, the this area which I showed you. Northern Sirkars is a mountain range here. This whole area is called the Northern Sirkars. Thereafter, the French will acquire Northern Sirkars. The French will appoint a person called Captain Bussy to the Nawab's court. However, Muzaffar Jang will be killed in a couple of months because of infighting. But what will happen is Muzaffar Jang's uncle, Salabat Jang, will be made the Nizam, and he'll be pro-French. He'll be pro-French. Not what is Dupleix, who is Dupleix. Dupleix is the governor of the French in India. Now, Chand Sahib goes without any army to English as no. He takes everything. He takes everything to the what we call as the Trinopoli sector. See, understand one thing. When I teach you the first time, I do it slowly. Here I am repeating everything again, and here I have to again repeat it in a what we call as a flow chart. So I hope it is making sense. The pattern of teaching is making sense. Because if I start to now read each and every line slowly, then what is the point of the first discussion? So the first discussion happens graphically through the very simple process of telling you the story. This is just revision, and then I revise with you again via the concept of the flowchart. So this is standard protocol, and I hope this is working, because if it isn't, I'll change the strategy. I'll rather first read out the PPT to you and then tell you the story slowly. So whatever works for you, I can change the pattern. That's not the problem. So very simply, if I am now going fast, I presume that you already know the story, right? So we'll stick with what we are doing right now. I'm very simply asking you to do one thing. I already told you very simply, this area is heavy, but it is not representative of modern India. You just have to bear the pain here, enjoy the story, look it like, basically enjoy it like a movie, and then we will see that the number of questions has been zero. Nothing has been asked from this area directly, either the prelims or the mains. So I can't go and say, okay, 1857, let's start. I have to create a certain pathway. So I told you three modules: expansion, social justice reform, tribal and peasant. Standard three factual modules. So if you are sitting there thinking, do I need to learn all the names, or what do I do with this information? I'm asking you to just sit back and watch the movie as it's unfolding. It is going to happen here. It is going to happen in Bengal. It is going to happen in the Maratha sector. Getting my point? This is why I've been emphasizing understand the purpose. Understand the purpose. That is it. Okay. Now, the English will change the tide when they will go for what is called the siege of Arcot in 1751. Clive, the biggest burglar or chore of this century for us itself, he had been sent to India to find a solution for the Second Carnatic War, and he will very simply change the British tactic itself. Clive suggested that we should raid the Arcot sector, which is the capital of the Carnatic, and divert the pressure away from Trinopoli. This forced Chand Sahib to return to Arcot. Trinopoli was relieved of the siege of the army of Mysore, Tanjore. It was relieved of all the pressure which had been created by the French and Chand Sahib by a combined army of Mysore, Tanjore, Maratha, and Robert Clive. And this is a very, very standard thing, which is that the English were able to get a lot of allies. And I'll tell you the Maratha connection when we'll reach there. Chand Sahib was captured and executed in the island of Srirangam, and Muhammad Ali will be installed as the Nawab of Carnatic, Nawab of Carnatic. Kaluri, because once Anwaruddin got defeated by the French, the question with regards to is he powerful enough came, and Chand Sahib challenged in that regard. So the basic point is that siege of Trinopoli was where the pressure had been created by the French and Chand Sahib. By distracting Chand Sahib, the French also became weak and Chand Sahib also became weak. And the English will then rally support from the Mysore king, the Tanjore king, the Marathas, saying that it is in your interest that the French are defeated. And with some certain type of cooperation, they were able to break the Trinopoli siege also. And in a way, in one stroke, they have now taken the capital and they've now taken the Trinopoli sector. Muhammad Ali, the son of Anwaruddin, was now made the Nawab of Carnatic. I'll give you a simpler flowchart. Don't worry about that. Now, as soon as this will happen, the French will very quickly lose the Hyderabad sector also. And the French will also do a major blunder because Dupleix had lost a war which had already been won. He'll be called back, and the person who will be sent in place of him will be a person called Robert Godehu, and he was technically true to his name in that regard. Later, he did not understand what he was doing, and he will technically sign what is called the Treaty of Pondicherry with the British. Under that, they said that we will not fight in India again, siege all the hostility. This is the joke of the century. Both the companies promised that they would not interfere in the internal matters of Indian rulers. They both gave each other the conquered territories back. And Boussy, who was a French nominee, they said that it's in our interest to keep some European in the Hyderabad, what we call as court. Simple point is, once Carnatic was lost, automatically Hyderabad would go out of their hand because the French lost very simply the control over this sector itself. Now, if this makes 10%, 20% sense, can I give you a basic flowchart which will consolidate everything? Third revision, thereafter you should technically not need anything else with regards to it. So, what is the story of the Second Carnatic War? What is the story of the Second Carnatic War? Please pay attention. Debussy is a officer appointed by the French in the Hyderabad court. Now, that is a very minor detail. Don't have to worry. Now, see, very simply, you have Carnatic and you have Hyderabad. Here it is, and you say it with me so that you can revise it with me. So you have here Anwaruddin versus Chand Sahib. Chanda Sahib, Chand Sahib, same. Nasir Jung and Muzaffar Jung. Anwaruddin and Nasir Jung will get English support, whilst Chand Sahib and Muzaffar Jung will get French support. Now the war will go forward, and this is called the civil war because they're fighting amongst themselves. Phase 1, French, Chand Sahib, Muzaffar Jung dominate English Nasir and Anwaruddin. In this process, Nasir Jan, Anwaruddin, both will be killed. And the next step is going to be Chand Sahib plus the French go after Muhammad Ali at Trinchopoli. Now, 1 second. Trinchopoli. Now, till this point, the French have upper hand. But the mistake was keeping which place open? Keeping what place open? Keeping Arcot open and not under military surveillance, or we can say not surveillance, military power of French. Anybody has any issue with phase 1? Till this point, everything seems fine, right? No one has no issues here. Now, the phase 2 of this war is very simply when siege of Arcot will begin. This will in turn lead to French and Chand Sahib getting disconnected as Chand Sahib had to move to Arcot, and Chand Sahib killed Muhammad Ali, appointed Nawab. Hyderabad will also fall as French became weak. And the conclusion of all of this is called Treaty of Pondicherry. I'll tell you the trick to learn the treaties. Don't worry, let me do the third one also. Are we clear with regards to this whole concept? Muhammad Ali is the son of Anwaruddin. Now, if I go through this basic slide, everything which I've taught is here. So, can we now move to the third Carnatic War? Hyderabad was lost. See, Hyderabad was lost because Hyderabad was also being held by the French. If the French become weak, their control over Hyderabad also becomes weak. And the English can just come in and remove their, rather they technically don't remove, they rather influence Salabat Jung to become pro-English. That is a very minor point here. If you understand the basic flow, the turning point of this war is where? Muhammad Ali killed Chand Sahib, yes. The turning point is where? Is in the siege of Arcot. Once the siege of Arcot is going to happen, the tide will fully turn. Phase 2, siege of Arcot. Chand Sahib gets disconnected with the French. Chand Sahib gets killed by the English. Muhammad Ali becomes the Nawab. French become weak because generally they had been fighting quite a lot in the Trinopoli sector. Now their influence over Hyderabad will also be taken away. English will emerge very powerful under Clive, influence Salabat Jung to become pro-English, and both Hyderabad and Carnatic will be lost, what we say, together. Are you getting? I'm not writing the name of Salabat Jung because I don't want to add another fact to the story. Just keep it simple. Arcot lost, Hyderabad also goes. Getting my point? See, I'll write one thing. Siege of Arcot, pre-siege of Arcot, post-siege of Arcot. The person called Salah Salah Salabat Jung was pro-French. Salabat Jung turns pro-English under pressure. Now is it clear? Now is it clear? Okay? Okay. Siege means to go and take control of an area. No, Salabat Jung was not killed. He now becomes in a way, puppet ruler in that regard. Yes? Okay. So, what have we done? What have we done? Yasin, what example do I give you? This is a real story I'm telling you. This is all what happened. That is the example here. Very simply, which territory Salabat Jung? Very good. Good, you told me right now only. Hyderabad. Hyderabad. See, once Carnatic is over, I'll give you the summary of all three together. Salabat Jung was the one who was installed by the French after Muzaffar Jung dies because of his nobles not agreeing with him. I'll give you a summary for all three. You are asking for micro details, which means that the larger story is clear in that sense. Getting my point? I think if you're asking for micro stories, the larger story is clear. That is the point I want to emphasize on. You can see what actually happened, how the French lost a war which was already in a way won. Can I move to the third Carnatic War and end Carnatic War? Yes? Okay. Just don't get caught up in something which doesn't matter. I'll keep on telling you what matters. Okay. Now, third Carnatic War. Now, for third Carnatic War, we need to go back to Europe again. So while the second Carnatic War was based on Indian factors, now we again need to go back to Europe. Yes. So this was the first war, which is called the Austrian War of Succession. Now the point was that who won the Austrian War of Succession between the French and the English? The English. The British won the Austrian War of Succession, basically meaning Maria Theresa won, which means that Maria Theresa won, the daughter won. So the issue got killed in 1748. Got killed in 1748. But the problem is very soon, by 1756, again this issue will come into the picture. Because Maria Theresa will die. So the context for the what we call as the third Carnatic War, is basically again in Europe. In Europe, it will start in 1756. It will come to India 2 years later. So what happens very simply is that the core issue here, which was the succession in Austria or Austrian Empire, will be back. So now again they will be technically taking this question of who will succeed? Who will succeed Maria Theresa? And this war, which was fought between 1756 to 63, is called the 7 Years' War. Though it is called the 7 Years' War, the core issue is the same, is the continuation of hostility in Europe over the same issue. So Europe will fight two wars. First in 1740 to 48, which is called Austrian War of Succession. And thereafter you have 1756 to 63, which is called 7 Years' War. So the Europeans are not very good in naming things. So they literally call it 7 Years' War because it was fought over 7 years. The simple point of the matter is the issue is the same. First, it was Maria Theresa versus the son of the emperor. Maria Theresa prevailed, but she died by 1756. Therefore, now it was who will succeed her. And again, somehow, the British and the French were on the opposite sides. So if you understand the first Carnatic War, third Carnatic War will automatically start to make sense because the core issue is the same. So if somebody asks you, and I'll give you a question also here so that you can understand it. How does she die? When does she die? Where does she die? If she dies, where is she taken? These questions I don't care about, and I'm not obviously giving you unnecessary information. I really don't care about Maria Theresa. The whole basic point is she dies, and there's another war of succession in the European sector, which is called the 7 Years' War. Can we agree to this? Everybody agrees to the Austrian War of Succession. So you understand that the core issue remains the same. Yes, very good. Now, if the core issue remains the same, the basic point of the matter is this will again spill over. This will again spill over into India. Now, let's talk about again the Third Carnatic War through the map. Yes. Third Carnatic War. Third Carnatic War. And what is the reason? The reason is 7 Years' War reignites the conflict between French and English. Now, who was the first aggressor in the First Carnatic War? Come on, revise with me. Who was the first aggressor in the First Carnatic War? English. Now, just look at the Third Carnatic War as a mirror image. Here, it is not going to be the English, it is going to be the French. So the governor of France, governor of the French Pondicherry, at this point of time is a person called Delally. His name is Count Delally. And he was a very bad general generally. Dupleix was a very good administrator, a good general, kept his army very happy. But he does not keep the army happy, quite demoralized, used to punish them quite a lot. But now, as soon as the 7 Years' War is going to break, in 1758, what he will do is, you have Madras, you have Pondicherry. What will happen is that he'll take a small army, or rather a navy, and first Lally will capture Madras Saint Fort George. St. George Fort. Now, to hold on to Madras, you need a lot of power. And Delali was counting on the fact that again from Mauritius, a contingent will come and help him. However, that won't happen. And though he showed first aggression, the English will very quickly, no reinforcement will mean that the English will recapture Madras. And now one of the most iconic wars in India, which is seen as the French fate sealed in India, which is called the Battle of Vandivash. At the Battle of Vandivash, Vandivash is somewhere internally here. At the Battle of Vandivash, the French will be comprehensively defeated by the English. And it is believed that after this point, they will never ever fight again. And the French will cease to be a threat to the English in the Indian subcontinent. So, after the Battle of Vandivash, the treaty which comes, the treaty will happen here or in Europe in 1763. Very good. It will happen in Europe. The 7 Years' War is going to conclude. Again, English won, and it is called the Treaty of Paris. Treaty of Paris. And after the Treaty of Paris or Peace of Paris, the English will now fully remove the French from all sectors, but the English will show a little bit of mercy and say Pondicherry you can keep along with Karikal and Mahe. 3 small dots on the Indian subcontinent. The French will be allowed to stay, but now the English will not see the French as a major threat, and generally more than that, the French will cease to have no reinforcement. Means that no what we call as the Mauritius angle is Mauritius is a much bigger French settlement. So the Mauritius angle is that Count de Lally was thinking that there will be 2-3 contingents or regiments which will come from Mauritius the way it came in the first Carnatic War and help him hold on to Madras. That will not happen. There will be nothing which will come. And there's a major story behind that, which I'm going to tell you now. But the basic point is, French seize Madras, English take it back. At Vandivash defeat, 7 Years' War concludes, Treaty of Paris happens, and in turn ends the French, if you want to call saga in the Indian subcontinent. Are we clear with regards to the basic idea of the concept? Peace of Paris will happen in Paris. That is the Peace of Paris will end the 7 Years' War. It's like the Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. There's no role of any Indian ruler here. It's all British and French. Yes? 7 Years' War is won by the English. Yes? Okay. Now, one of the reasons why it is believed that the French lost was because of the nature of the French East India Company. Because when the Lally asked for reinforcement, that request went to France. Then the monarchy saw it. Then the monarchy said, okay. By the time he says okay, the war was already over. This is a difference between the concept of a private East India Company and a governmental East India Company. The French were lethargic everywhere, be it the Second Carnatic War, be it the Third Carnatic War. Quick decision making was not their feat. And there are two type of questions which come, which I will show you. I'll give you those questions. But a very standard question comes is why were the French not able to match the English in India? And the reason for that is very, very simple, which is that firstly, they did dumb things. Okay, Duplex lost the Second Carnatic War, but he's a good administrator. Why recall him back? So Duplex was recalled back. He was shamed to be have defeated. Second, any decision which happens in Pondicherry did not happen in Pondicherry. It happened in Paris, which is the capital of France. The Paris would say to Pondicherry, then Pondicherry would do it. And this is a standard thing which happens with governmental companies, which is you need to get higher approval. On the other hand, Clive was able to take any decision automatically. He had no compulsion, he had no problem in any way or form. So, the Third Carnatic War will end the story of the French in India, and thereafter the French will cease to be a problem. If you understand the basic story 1%, I'll read it out from the PPT and then we'll summarize it again through a slide. Yes? Okay. Perfect. So you get the basic point, which is what is the reason? And I'll give you a question. I'll show you what type of question can be asked from this area. So the Third Carnatic War is based on the outbreak of the 7 Years' War, which soon turned into a global war itself. The fact of the matter is, France, Austria were now fighting with Britain, Prussia, and Hanover. And now Britain and France again were on the opposite sides, and this will spill over into India. Arthur de Lally, the brother of Count de Lally, or rather he's called sometimes Count de Lally itself, captured the English fort of St. David and the Vishakhapatnam, which is called Vijayanagaram, in 1758. Lally did not get any naval support on time, so Madras was lost. English became offensive and inflicted heavy defeats on the French fleet under Admiral d'Aché at Mauchlypatnam itself. And at the Battle of Andy Wash, General Etricourt, remember, I don't care about these people. So you would have seen, I don't give them in the standard story. Whatever general, which general, that general, at home they are generals. Don't matter to me. So I give you basically French, English, that is enough. So the English will defeat the French army under Arthur de Lally. Pondicherry was gallantly defended by Lally, but will be surrendered on January 16th, 1761. The loss of Pondicherry, along with Gingi and Mahe, curbed the French power complete in India, and Lally will be taken as a prisoner of war to London. Now, what was the mistakes which the Lally did? First was that he recalled Bussy out of Hyderabad, which allowed the English to have much more higher influence, which they had previously, but not with Bussy there. English quickly sent an army to the northern Sirkars and also took away northern Sirkars from the French. The French very quickly lost the whole Deccan sector. He was also a very overburdening personality who used to technically humiliate his own army. He had very low opinion of the servants in Pondicherry, maintained his power through fear and punishment. Therefore, the French army was already demoralized. And the outcome of this war, along with the Treaty of Paris, is going to be that French possessions in India will now be made into protectorate states. Basically, the French will lose control over the direct administration. Briefly, Pondicherry and a few other territories will be returned. No fortifications will be allowed. No standing army will be allowed under Treaty of Paris. French confined to few small enclaves, and this will, in a way, also seal the fate of the French in India. The French in India. We'll talk about the reasons for defeat later. Can I give you the summary of the three Carnatic wars together? The trick for learning their concept, fortification means no forts, the concept of learning their treaties, and then we'll talk about the reasons why it got defeated. Yes? Okay, perfect. Debussy was a person who had been sent by the French to the court of Hyderabad in the Second Carnatic War, when they were on the upper hand. First Madras capture, then Battle of Vandivash. Yes. Okay. Who was given control of Carnatic? Carnatic and Hyderabad, both Pulkit went to the English. Who is Lally? Lally is the governor who replaced Gordeu. Gordeu was the replacement of Duplex. These are, if you remember, I had showed you a flow chart in the first class when I showed you the, or rather second class, when I showed you the French slide. You remember that? I showed you all the governors. Duplex, Gordeu, Delali. That was the purpose of giving it to you, that you know that they are governors actually. Vandivash is in the Carnatic sector itself. Okay, now first, second, third. Right? Now let's simplify the data and make it into something which you can actually learn rather than learning the stories. First Carnatic War, reason is Austrian War. This is Carnatic. Austrian War of Succession. Second Carnatic War is what? Civil War in Hyderabad and Carnatic. Third Carnatic War is what? Is 7 Years' War. Very good. So in a way, the reason becomes European origin, Indian origin, European origin. This is basically reasons. Second, who are the actors in the first Carnatic War? French, English, Anwaruddin, Duplex, and the basic point is, this is enough for this. Then second Carnatic War is where the names are quite a lot. French, English, Nasir Jung, Muzaffar Jung, Chand Sahib, Anwaruddin, Salabat Jung. Thereafter, third is French, English. We can write Clive also, Robert Clive. Here, yes, very good, Muhammad Ali. Very good, Muhammad Ali. French, English, Arthur de Lally, and that's it. Arthur de Lally, the name you need to remember. Remember the name Vandivash battle. You can remember these names. And then who? This is Treaty of Aix-la-Chapelle. Chappelle. This is Treaty of. I don't care about Etrecourt. I don't care about these people. Who is Robert Clive? English officer. Treaty of Pondicherry. And this is Treaty of Paris. And who won it? This was won by French in India, but English in Europe. English won. English won. Now, if you can remember what is written on this slide, you can't write a mains answer like this. I told you can't give the examiner the information and say, make it sense out of it. If you can remember this slide, then the purpose of this discussion is clear. You can remember it? Now, is all of this making sense? Because there's a lot of clutter. For me, doesn't really matter what is the story. All actors should be clear and you should be in a position to answer any prelims question. Can I tell you the trick to learn the treaties and then move on? Yes? Okay. Now, I have not created sides here. I have not created sides. Just French, English, French, English, French, English. Okay. Now, how do you remember it? See, Aix, La Chapelle, Pondicherry, Paris. I don't, basically everywhere, everything was given back. Paris was more harsh. Ei popa. Ei popa. Aix-la-Chapelle, Pondy, Paris. We'll talk about that, Mandeep. We'll talk about that. Make sense? In Aix-la-Chapelle, everybody came back. In Pondicherry, French lot control. I'll write it down also. See, this is how you revise this. No change in territory. French lost Hyderabad and Carnatic. French lost everything other than Pondicherry, Mahe and Karikal along with Yanam. These were the four areas which remained as the enclaves of the French in India thereafter. If you are waiting for a previous year question from this area, unfortunately zero. Nothing. No direct question has ever come. So if this all is to just create a building block to go to expansion to consolidation, can we safely say now that you understand the Carnatic Wars? They above got initially, but I'll not going to complicate it. Right? So I can move on to Bengal now. I want everybody's consent here. Can we move to Bengal now? Yes? Okay. Great. So it's making sense. As I told you, it's heavy area. After this, it is not going to be like this. And I promise you too that basically modern India is not like this. It's just all this war. After this war is over, it's actually much more theoretical, understanding based than rather names. Many names are there, but there are many articles also. There are many rivers also. There are many passes also. There are many treaties also. So every subject there are things to learn. It's not that it is something specific to history. The only thing you can do is you can create interest. When you can learn 100 plus articles for polity, you can learn river name, mountain name, dam names for geography, then you can learn names for history also. I think that is a reasonable expectation from a UPSC aspirant, which is that there will be something to learn everywhere. Here I am only asking you to learn standard names. As it is, when we go into the national movement, names will automatically start to get repeated. Nehru will remain Nehru, Gandhi will remain Gandhi, same person will remain same person. Here it is that there are multiple personalities, right? Okay. Now, I'll talk about the context of Bengal and then I'll give you a break. I'll give you a break at 7:30, 35. What is the context of Bengal? What is the context of Bengal? So we enter. See, I have these tables also. For some of you who want me to, I have these tables also. You can revise it like this. My PPTs in themselves are complete, but I still write everything by hand. You have this also. It gives you the date, year, result, and treaty, and this and that. Right? Okay. Conquest of Bengal. Now let's talk about Bengal. Now, Bengal is prized possession of the English. It's a prized possession of the English. They have the 1651 and the 1717 Farmans, which technically give them full or more or less 100% control over their own trade in the what we call as the Bengal sector. We'll talk about the reasons for the French to lose. Don't worry. I don't want to do it here because it's a longer discussion. I'm just creating basic context here. And close to 60 to 70% of all trade which happens in India for the English happens from Bengal. So we know for the nominal amount of 3,000 rupiah per annum or annually, they can trade at any amount of volume, and both the French and the English are present in Bengal. Now this brings us to one of the questions which you asked me, is that why is that the French are always there but they're not fully there? It's like they're committed but little bit lacking. They are always there. Basically, why is that the French always tend to be second best? Why they tend to be second best? And the reason for that is that it's not that they're not a non-serious aspirant. It's just that their sources and methodology is incorrect. They're a serious aspirant, but they show the basic comfort level of a company which is not aggressive enough. So the main reason, the biggest reason why the French actually failed in India is because their company had this in a type of lethargy or a limbo. If I ask you something or ask the French something, they don't answer quickly. The French crown does not even understand the importance of India. Generally, they are very, very caught up in two minds itself. And because the English have to show results and have to show dividends to their own shareholders, they are extremely aggressive. One more reason is there, which you will discuss with me when I will be teaching you world history is that the English any day were much more powerful than the French. As a naval power, the English had gone through what is called the Industrial Revolution. Therefore, this major economic revolution which they went through made them a very, very powerful country generally. But that is a little bit late, but the early signs were there. And when I'll teach you world history, I will tell you the French are the French. It's like they somehow know how to mess up something which actually works. Because the French Revolution, which is considered the most celebrated revolutions in the world, was actually nothing but 5 constitutions, one after the other. They knew how to write that constitution, but they never knew how to implement it. So these French, a little bit lethargic in the way they respond. So the first reason why then you just can write this in the examination with one line explanation. Why did the French lose? Because it was a state undertaking. Directors were appointed by the crown. Lethargy and bureaucratic control over the company. So standard red tapeism, one simple thing, even one pencil they want to buy, everything will go till Paris, they will sanction, everything will come. So each and every penny which they spend and get is also sanctioned by a bureaucracy of the French. As it is, the French are not that known for being very, very upright. They're corrupt in themselves. On the other hand, the English were a private entity. The fact is that the French were also not able to understand the complex political situation which was there. The French also had one more issue. You are fighting on one front, fight on one front, meaning I'm fighting from the front. Why will I open another front in the back? That basically, if you were fighting in Trinopoli, you could have saved Arcot also. Or if you are fighting in India, why are you waiting for something to come from Mauritius? And as it is, the navy of the English was much stronger. And one of the advantages by the Third Carnatic War was actually that Bengal things will start to change, which is the discussion I need to have. That is why I have this discussion once I introduce Bengal. Because Bengal gave the English a major edge by the time we come to the Third Carnatic War. So we'll talk about that. Now, just to give you another set of things to write in the examination, first reason is dependency on its government. Second reason is structure of the company. Shareholders want more and more higher dividends, which is not true for the French, but is true for the British. On the other hand, it's controlled by the French monarchy, rather the court of directors. Therefore, fiscal position was bad and decisions were not taken in the right sense. Simple point is, when I'll be talking, Madhur, about Bengal, keep in mind that the Battle of Plassey and the Battle of Buxar will intersect a little bit with the conflict in the Carnatic sector. I will create that understanding for you. But I hope that before I give you a break here, you understand the Carnatic Wars, you understand the treaties, you understand the trick for that, and you also understand why the French lost in India. Yes? Yes, okay. Simply, we take a break now. When I come back, I'll give you two main questions so that you can see what type of question can come from this area related to Carnatic sector, and then we'll talk about Bengal. Done? Everything is making sense. You have to tell me that, then only I move forward and give you a break. Yes, great. Perfect. So we come back at 7:40, and when we do come back at 7:40, we'll discuss these things. Okay. You want us to be on this side? I'll keep you on this slide. 7:40. Okay. See you. Welcome back. Welcome back. See, Ashwarya, if I remove all facts and only give you this much facts, then would the PPTs make sense without me? That is the point, na? Because you would have to revise these PPTs later. So if I remove, for example, Salabat Khan and all, it will not make sense. See, I give you the PPT thinking that that is your book. That is the basic point here. That even if you're not looking at the book and if you're only reading the PPT, it should be complete in itself. It should be complete in itself. Yes, can we start our discussion with regards to Bengal? Okay, we'll talk about that, Amrit. We'll talk about that when we'll discuss the world history. We'll have. Okay, now who's the actor in Bengal? Who's the actor in Bengal? Very good. Sirajudaulah. Now he's the Nawab. But Sirajudaulah has a problem. Sirajudaulah, the problem is that if you remember, I told you that Jagat Seth and Amir Chand or Omi Chand, they had very considerable influence over the Nawabship. Did I discuss this concept with you when I was discussing the trader and the banker? The kingmakers? Yes, very good. And now Sirajudaulah does not like that. Sirajudaulah, very simply, since the beginning itself, he wanted to remove this influence. He wanted to remove this influence and control. He thought that why is that I am the Nawab and a banker and what we call as a trader is telling me what to do. Ego of a king. So Sirajudaulah was not liked by Jagat Seth and Amir Chand. Basically, the banking community or the money lenders of Bengal and the traders of Bengal saw Sirajudaulah as a problem, that he is not like his forefathers or his either even his grandfather, that he is trying to remove our influence over the state. And as I said, both the English and the French are in this sector itself. The English are operating from the three villages which they brought together in what is called as Calcutta. And Calcutta's other name in that regard was called Fort William. So you have Fort St. George in Madras. So Fort William basically is in that regard not a very big fort, but a little fort means that it has basic boundary walls. And the French were operating from the Kasim Bazar sector and even the Chandranagar sector. Both are in the Hooghly sector only, but basically they have their own settlements in that regard. Now, Sirajudaulah also hated the English. Alivardi Khan had actually even pointed out to the English, I see what you are doing. So Sirajudaulah could see that the English are misusing the Farman of 1717. The Farrukhsiyar Farman gave them the right to trade at 3,000 rupees duty free and transfer it to people. And that concept is what? Under what concept they can transfer the privilege to anyone else? What is that? Yes, very good, Janvi. It's called the dastak. It's called the dastak. Yes, Sachin, great. It's called the dastak. So they can give the dastak to anybody, and that technically becomes like an English transferable right. And Sirajuddaulah, very simply, could see that they are misusing the dastak, they are misusing the farman. The tonnage had increased 10 to 15 times, but the money was still 3,000 rupees. So Sirajuddaulah can be seen that one person who wanted to question, who wanted to question how the English operated in India. And they were very simply misusing for sure. Let's be very honest. The British were misusing their dastak and their farman for sure. And Sirajuddaulah is in his own right is correct to point it out to the English. And as a ruler, you would like to be autonomous and you would not like to be told by traders and bankers what to do. So I think Sirajuddaullah's position in that regard is justified, that he does not want the English to become too powerful, and he also does not want bankers and traders to tell him what to do with regards to his Nawabship. So I think we all can agree that he has a basic point here, that yes, his stand is justified. I think we all can agree that his stand is justified, that you are misusing and you are also doing something wherein I want to be autonomous. Very good. Now, if I have to fortify my settlement, change my settlement in Hooghly, or in, for example, Calcutta, or in Kasim Bazar, or in Chandranagar, do I need to take the permission of the Nawab? Yes or no? Yes, because at the end of the day, you are a European trader who is sitting there as a foreigner. So anything you change which is related to defense, or even the concept of power, you need certain amount of what we call as consent, certain amount of consent. So now listen to me very clearly. Now listen to me very, very clearly. The year is 1756. Sirajuddaulah has now come to the throne. He hates the English and wants to be autonomous, of the Jagat Seth power. Now, 1756 is also the year of something which we just discussed. What happened in 1756? The 7 Years' War. 7 Years' War period is 1756 to 63. Yes or no? In Europe, 1756 to 63 means 7 Years' War. Now, if it is the 7 Years' War, for 2 years, nothing is going to happen in Carnatic, because Carnatic, it will start in 1758. But now, in a way, the French and the British have their settlements in front of each other, in the sense that the English settlement in Bengal and the French settlement in Bengal face each other. So what they start to do in Bengal is that both the English and French start to fortify their settlements in Bengal so as to be prepared for any war or hostility. So they are preemptively fortifying their settlements. That maybe there will be a war later. Let us fortify a settlement right now itself. Now, the British will start construction activity. The French will start construction activity. So now there is construction activity in both sectors. Can we agree to all this or to this much? Can we agree to this much? Are you getting the context of the papacy, or in a way, the context for the conflict to rise? In Europe, 7 Years' War starts to happen, and they already had fought during the Austrian War of Succession. So they are preemptively fortifying their settlements. Is everybody on the same page? You need to tell me this, because there's a train of thought you should not lose here. Okay, very good. Now, if I was Sirajuddaulah, would I be happy that without my permission they are doing fort building? No. So the fortification was done without taking permission of the Nawab or Siraj Uddaulah. Now Sirajuddaulah, he will get to know. So he will say to both the English and the French, he will order them to stop the fortification. He will say, stop the fortification because you have not taken permission from me. Now, the French will stop. English will not agree, or rather will not comply or stop. So the English are acting over smart. So the consequently what happens is, I'm giving you this whole story in a form of a flow chart. Sirajuddaulah will reach Calcutta and other settlements of the English, and he will expel the English. He will say, take your ships, take your stuff, leave from Calcutta, leave from the Bengal sector. You have no right to be here. You are challenging my authority. So he will specifically just take an army. He will take an army and he will expel the English. He will say, whatever you can grab and leave. So his army is going to literally push, dhakka maar ke, push the Englishmen into their ships and say, leave. Nobody does fortifications in Bengal without my permission. So Sirajuddaulah will become aggressive and expel the English out of their settlements. He will come, he will stop the construction activity, he will stop the construction, and he will ask the British to leave. To leave. Now, the British had only a number of ships. For example, it is believed that 2,000 to 3,000 Britishers were there on that day in Fort William. So in Fort William, there is a certain population of the Britishers in India. So whilst close to 2,000 left, there were no ships. There were no ships. So Sirajuddaulah says, I will not let you go free. Take them prisoner. Take them prisoner. So the 1,000 left, and this is all approximation. Remember, there's no exact data. There's a exaggerated data which the British give. The 1,000 left are taken prisoner. Any issue till this point? Sirajuddaulah obviously will technically lose his mind and he expels the British and he says everybody to take whatever they can and board their ships and leave. And very simply, now there's a certain number of Britishers who are left because they can't leave today or tomorrow. They would need time to leave because the ships are not there itself. Now, this will be the starting point of where Sirajuddaulah will technically do a blunder in a way, and this is called in British history the Black Hole Incident. They call it a tragedy. I will not call that it a tragedy. Whatever happened, happened for the best. It's called the Black Hole Incident. What is the Black Hole Incident? The Black Hole Incident, very simply, was that the people who were left, this is Fort William. This is Fort William. So it is believed that in Fort William, there was a small dungeon. Tehkhana, if you heard, small room. It's a small dungeon or small storehouse in the corner of the fort. It's a small room itself. And what is believed, now all this is British conjecture. It is believed that 400 to 500 people were pushed into this small room with only a small window. With only a small window. Now, if you have a small room, not ventilated, and too many people, what is going to happen? People will use up the oxygen quickly and give more carbon dioxide. So, in this incident, it is believed that in the morning 2 to 400 people were found dead. Now, it could be 50, it could be 100, it could be 5, it could be 10, it could be any amount. What I am giving you is British data because the British wrote this story. It could be one person also. They will obviously exaggerate it because they want justification. What they are going to do next, they want justification. So the black hole incident is basically the way Sirajuddaulah and technical lord Sirajuddaulah, his men, stuffed too many people in a small room in which the people were found dead in the morning. You understand what is black hole incident? The incident itself is not very big. Yes, okay. They will obviously exaggerate. Now, the black hole incident, however, is considered a major turning point because it became a moral justification or justification itself for the British to now attack or become violent or conspire against Sirajudaulah. Sirajudaulah. And what is going to happen is Sirajudaulah. What is going to happen is that it will change British public opinion in England. In England is going to allow for the Clive conspiracy and Battle of Plassey. See, try to understand one thing. The East India Company is what? Is a trading company. It's a trading company. But here it's technically fighting wars. Now people were asking questions. People were asking questions. Why is a trading company fighting wars? Now British needed a justification. So now what is going to happen? I'll discuss what is Clive conspiracy. Listen to me first. Listen to the concept. Now they will use the black hole incident to say Sirajudaulah is a monster. Jallad hai. He is a monster. We need to take down this monster. There will be whole hue and cry in the newspapers of the English newspapers in England. Black hole tragedy, black hole tragedy. 400 people die. Sirajudaulah suffocates people to death. How our newspapers do today? Small thing had happened. Incident is there. They made it into a tragedy. Europeans were dead. A white man dead is a very big thing. That the English died. Oh my God, black hole. The room was well lit, but it was a black hole for them. So what it actually does is it allows the East India Company to do what it is going to do next. Because if we say that Tata is going to trade in Africa and Tata is going to go and start to fight wars, then people will ask, why is Tata fighting wars? So here people were saying, what is the British trying, what is the East India Company doing? So the East India Company will say, you see, they are monsters. They are monsters, they kill. Let us also do the same. So are you getting the optics of the black hole incident? That basically the black hole incident is used very well to create a certain image of Sirajudaulah. And now whatever Robert Clive is going to do is basically justified. Yes, because there has been a tragedy. There has been a tragedy of unending proportion in which an Indian ruler, a barbaric, savage, illiterate, brown man killed a white man. Do you understand the repercussions of this? White blood is more precious than brown and black blood. And therefore, everything is going to be now justified. Now, what is going to happen is, what is going to happen is that Robert Clive, who was actually first going towards the south, yes, this is the racism of, I'll talk about the white man's burden, don't worry. Self-inflicted white man's burden. We didn't give them the burden, they took it upon themselves. We'll talk about it. Robert Clive was actually going towards the southern sector to Carnatic. He will be sent to Bengal, and now he will respond by fighting Siraj-ud-Dawla. And what is going to happen is that when they will fight near Calcutta, Siraj will be defeated. and what is the consequence is basically called the Treaty of Alinagar. Treaty of Alinagar. Under Treaty of Alinagar, Sirajuddaulah was made to concede everything, which is that he had to be made to give everything back. That you took Calcutta, give us back. You took Kasim Bazar, you give us back. You give us everything what you took from us. And always the British compensate us for our losses. Compensate us for our losses. And basically, Clive will very heavy-handedly make Sirajuddaulah accept his basic, what we call as conditions, after winning this small battle near Calcutta, which concluded with what is called the Treaty of Alinagar. But now, if Clive was able to do this, would Sirajuddaulah actually ever allow the English to live in Calcutta peacefully? Or would he ever give them any concession hereon? No. And if you are thinking like this, you're thinking like Robert Clive. Clive also came to the conclusion that I got the Treaty of Alinagar done, but there's a very good chance that Sirajuddaulah will make sure that he does not let the British live peacefully. And now comes the what I call the Vibhishan moment, or what you want to call as the Clive conspiracy. Can I discuss the Clive conspiracy with you? Everything is making sense till this point. Very simple, straightforward story. Everything is justified what he does. Now, can I discuss Clive conspiracy? Here we go. Now, Clive receives a letter. Clive receives a letter from Jagat Seth. From Jagat Seth. And Jagat Seth and Amir Chand Omi Chand called Clive and say to Clive, are you troubled by Sirajuddaulah? He says yes. He says, we are also troubled by Sirajuddaulah. He is trying to remove the influence of me over the court. Clive says that I have somehow got the Alinagar Treaty done, but I know that he will not let us live in Calcutta peacefully. So now Jagat Seth and Omi and Amir Chand will tell a major internal political news, or what we call as, you can say, secret, that will become the undoing of Sirajuddaulah, and basically they both sold off India to Clive. Jagat Seth will say that if you want to remove Sirajuddaulah, don't fight him. Rather, go and meet his Mir Bakshi. Mir Bakshi means commander-in-chief. Name Mir Jafar. They said that if you go and give the right bargain to Mir Jafar, he will help you defeat Sirajuddaulah, because he has the biggest contingent in the army of Sirajuddaulah. So you can instigate a war and then Mir Jafar will help you rather than Sirajuddaulah itself. Jagat Seth will also tell them that there is one more lady called Ghasiti Begum who wants, the aunt of Sirajuddaulah, who wanted to usurp power away. So basically, Jagat Seth and Omi Amir Chand, out of the frustration of Sirajuddaullah's autonomy, will explain to Clive the whole internal politics of Bengal, which would have not been available to Clive if Jagat Seth and Omi and Amir Chand would not have actually told Clive. So very simply, the people who are basically involved in this are the following. Clive, after going into an agreement with Jagat Seth and what we call as Omi and Amir Chand, Mir Jafar, who's technically the Mir Bakshi, Jagat Seth, Amir Chand, Manik Chand, who was the officer in charge of Calcutta, Rai Durlab, who was the treasurer of the Nawab, Kasiti Begum, the aunt of the Nawab, and Kadim Khan, the second biggest contingent within the army, they all will go into an agreement that let us do one thing, let us remove Sirajuddaulah. Let's remove Sirajuddaulah. And the conspiracy they bring in is that Clive is going to instigate a war with Sirajuddaulah at Plassey. And when Sirajuddaulah will reach there with Kadim Khan, with Mir Jafar, and when the clash is going to happen between the English and the Plassey, at Plassey, between the English and Sirajuddaulah, Mir Jafar and Kadim Khan will not take part only. They will take their army and retreat, and rather let Mir Sirajuddaulah fight alone. Basically, they fix the match itself. This is called match fixing. The Battle of Plassey is technically not a battle. It's a conspiracy of Robert Clive in which he knew that he was going to win. And all for what? To become Nawab, because Mir Jafar wanted to become Nawab. And what was the intention of Jagat Seth and Amir Chand, Omi Chand? Tell me, what would Amir Chand or Omi Chand or Jagat Seth get from the English, which they could use to their advantage? Come on, use your mind. You know the answer to it. Yes, the dastak. If Jagat Seth and Omi and Amir Chand are helping the English can give them the dastak. So basically, for a random dastak and for a random control over Bengal, all of these people are going to sell off India or the Indian subcontinent to the British. And this is called the Clive conspiracy. And that is why it is believed that Battle of Plassey was not a battle, it was a skirmish. It was a small conflict between Sirajuddaulah, because the Bengal army did not fight only. And basically the son of Mir Jafar will actually kill Sirajuddaulah. Sirajuddaulah was not killed by a Britisher. Sirajuddaulah was rather killed by the son of Mir Jafar. So, in a way, who gave inroads to the English into Indian politics? Who gave it? It is basically us. Because the English would never have understood the concept of how the internal politics works. So in a way, in a way, if Jagat Seth and all of these people represent us, the English somehow were always at an advantageous position because they got an inroad into the concept of internal political struggles and internal politics. They would never have understood the internal politics, but they understood it via these intermediaries or collaborators who gave them that information. So this is standard divide and rule, but here divide and rule is all not so there. It's not there. Basically, Robert Clive did not approach Jagat Seth. Jagat Seth approached Robert Clive just because these bankers and these traders were very, very annoyed by Sirajuddaula. They thought that the English ruling Bengal was better because the English was a trading company. So when I say the fact that when Plassey will be fought on 23rd June 1757, 30 kilometers away from the Murshidabad, which is the capital of Bengal, it was only battle in name. It was basically a skirmish, and the fate of India had already been sealed. Mir Madan and Mohan Lal, these were the other two. There were total Kadim Khan, Mir Jafar. There are four generals here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Only two will fight and two will not fight. And the Nawab will be put to death by Mir Jafar's son, Miran. Ghasiti Begum's role is basically to convince Rai Durlab and all that it's in their interest to remove Sirajuddaula. See, everyone wants to be Nawab. Mir Jafar also wants to be Nawab. Manik Chand wants to be the Nawab. Rai Durlab wants to be Nawab. Ghasiti Begum wants to be Nawab. It's basically using the internal politics to convince everybody that it is in their interest to remove Sirajuddaula. So, are we clear with regards to how did the Battle of Plassey happen, and was the Battle of Plassey actually a battle itself? Is this clear? Who became the Nawab? Mir Jafar. I'm coming to that. I will tell you what is going to happen. Mir Jafar will be made Nawab, but I would like to bring the story till this point through the PPT also. Can I do that? Yes. Okay. So what I've told you till this point is Bengal fortification, black hole incident, and simple point. Black hole incident into leads to Treaty of Alinagar. Treaty of Alinagar needs to what we call as the Clive conspiracy. Clive conspiracy leads to the concept of Battle of Plassey. Plassey was actually a battle which was already fixed. That is the basic point. Right? Okay. How was Dastak? See, Rashmi, a trader and a banker would want trade privileges. They don't want to be Nawab. They want a pro Jagat Seth ruler. That's it. This is a very good word for all of this is called myopic vision. Myopic vision means that they are looking at the short term. They are not realizing what they're actually doing in the long term. They are just seeing that, okay, a Britisher ruling Calcutta is better or ruling Bengal is better because Britishers are traders. Traders help traders. So therefore, they will help us. But they never understood the fact that the British were not here to help the Indians. They were here to loot the Indians. And that is the basic point. They did not help Sirajuddaula because Sirajuddaula wanted to remove their control. So it's basically proper internal politics. It's proper internal politics. They sold off Sirajuddaula because he wanted autonomy and he wanted the British to be out of Bengal. And I think Sirajuddaula was in the right position and with the right reasons in the battle. However, the men who were supporting him did not have the right reasons or the right orientation in that regard. Are we clear with regards to this? Then I will read it out to you, because then we will discuss what is called the loot of Bengal. The loot of Bengal. Yes? Okay. So, Bengal is one of the richest provinces of India at this point of time. 60% of all trade in this sector of the British is out of Bengal, goods and Bengal itself. Authorities of the Nawabs were over basically the Bihar, Odisha and Bangladesh, that whole Bihar, Bengal, Odisha, Bangladesh sector. We already know that by 1698, the three villages, Kolikata, Govindpur and Sonati were together called Calcutta. They had already received a major concession in 1651 that was reiterated in 1717. Why is Bengal the richest? Because it is based on a very important trade route. Now, the officers of the company made rampant misuse of the trade privileges that adversely affected the Nawab's finances. when Alivardi will die and will be succeeded by his 23-year-old grandson Sirajudaulah, he was suspicious of the huge profits made by European companies and asked them to even trade at the same terms as it was under Murshid Quli Khan or before the 1717 Farman itself. When the British and the French started improving their fortifications in anticipation of another war, and that context is 7 Years' War, he immediately ordered them to stop their activities as it was being done without permission. French agreed, but the English did not. When the English refused, Sirajudaulah reached reached with 3,000 men to first Qasim Bazar and then to Calcutta to seize their locations and their factories and every goods which they had. Now, the city will be occupied on 16th June 1756 by Siraj's forces, and Fort William will surrender after a besiege on 20th June 1756. This will be followed by the Black Hole tragedy or incident. The prisoners were captured at the siege, were transferred by Siraj to the care of the officers of his guard, who confined them to a common dungeon of the Fort William itself. What will happen is that people will die, and this will show how the Nawab was careless and was barbarous, and will portray him in very bad light itself as a monster and create the public opinion which will favor war with him for the justice for these people. And the troops which were technically going to the Deccan and the Carnatic sector will be redirected under Clive to Bengal. And in February of 1757, Clive arrived with a strong naval force. He will defeat Sirajudaulah, and the Treaty of Alinagar will be signed, which will restore the English to their former privileges of trade and grant permission for fortification of Calcutta and compensate for the amount of the losses which were suffered by the English. However, Clive did not stop here. He then entered into an agreement with the leading men and women of Nawab's court, and this will in turn lead to what is called the Battle of Plassey, where Mir Jafar's son Miran will kill Sirajudaulah, and Sirajudaulah will be succeeded by Mir Jafar himself. Now, if it makes sense, now the new Nawab of Bengal is Mir Jafar. Till this point, no issues? Kaluri, you can say that. How this conflict led to Third Carnatic War. By that time, Third Carnatic War has not started. Third Carnatic War is going to start in the next 1 year. So the point is that right now the attention is to go. There's no treaty. I'll discuss. There's no treaty after Plassey. Listen to me. There's no treaty here. This is still Bengal. Bengal will get resolved. Then Third Carnatic War is going to happen. Till this point, is it making sense? I've already written down everything in a flowchart form, and I've now read it out to you. I'll give you a basic summary in the end once we reach Buxar. But are we clear with regards to Plassey? So can I say that Plassey was a very violent battle which was fought between the British and Sirajudaulah? No, we can't say that. Very simply, it was not a battle. It was just a fixed match in which Sirajudaulah will be killed by his own men for power. Now Mir Jafar becomes the Nawab, but now he's technically a puppet in the hands of Clive. Now it is believed that before the conquest of Bengal, Clive was a beggar, Bikhari, in England. His family was not respected. He had no money, nothing at all. A good general, very greedy man, and in the Indian context, one of the biggest bastards in that sense. But the point of the matter is that before the conquest of Bengal, he was nothing at all, zero. But after the conquest of Bengal, he will become one of the richest man in London itself, and will technically become a lord. Why? Because of what he did with Mir Jafar. As soon as Mir Jafar will become the Nawab, firstly he will get gifts. He'll get gifts for his service to Mir Jafar. He will be even given a jagir, which is basically he'll be given a land grant for what he did to Mir Jafar. The district called 24 Parganas is going to be transferred to the East India Company. The East India Company will ask Mir Jafar to remove the French from Bengal. So the French will actually be thrown out by Mir Jafar, saying that only English can operate in the Bengal sector. They will take close to 50 lakh rupees. They will take close to 50 lakh rupees as compensation for their troubles, and therefore with large sum of money transferred from Mir Jafar to the zamindari of 24 Parganas, which is basically the English are now going to own the 24 Parganas district, which is still today there. Mir Jafar will become a puppet in the hand of the English. This will pave way with what is called the looting of Bengal, will boost the privilege of the British in India itself. Rich revenue is going to come very soon. Bengal will be now fully under the British. And now the Bengal money will be redirected to the Third Carnatic War. Now you get the connection that the Third Carnatic War, when it will happen, the British had Bengal money to put into the Third Carnatic War. And therefore, they will also remove their main rival, the French, out of India and consolidate their position. So, what is called post-Palasi Bengal, there was a lot of money which was given to the British, literally. Completely dependent. Now, there will be a resident, a person who will sit in the court of Mir Jafar and tell him what to do. They will marginalize all European companies. They will have to pay no longer that 3,000 rupees also. No point of giving 3,000 also. They said we will no longer pay any taxes, nothing, zero, not even that 3,000. We will become the zamindars of 24 Parganas itself. Clive became, from the East India Company, the court of directors gave him the official position of governor of Bengal, and 50 lakh rupees will be taken as bribe and gifts by the company officers, and the French will be gone from Bengal itself. The richest province in India was now directly under the British, and they did it just through knowing certain internal facts. Mir Jafar, along with Jagat Seth and Omi Amirchand, had sold off India, and very simply, now the systematic looting of Bengal will begin. So the consequences are grave and dire and very, very impactful when we see the larger picture of the Indian subcontinent. Consequences clear? Yes? Okay. Why did Mir Jafar pay 50 lakh rupees? The British asked for it. They had enough favor. Mir Jafar wanted to be Nawab. Now, even whatever the British asked them to do, the British will ask them for money. Mir Jafar had to give it. But now you will see there will be a major retaliation. Now, very simply, personal concessions, zamindari, personal trade of company employees was free. Local traders were not able to compete. Company employees were now exploiting the name of the British to trade themselves. Duty-free dastaks given to local friends, Jagat Seth and Umin Amirchand. Acceptance of gifts, and Clive will also get a jagir, and basically the Nawab will become bankrupt. Yeah, 50 lakh rupees in that point will be crores today. That's a separate issue altogether. Plassey has happened. And the consequences are in front of you. Do you understand the consequences? Dastak is nothing but a pass given by the British to transfer their rights to anybody. Do you understand the consequences? Everything is written in the PPT, but generally it is a major consequence, because now I need to go to Buxar. Are we clear with regards to the consequences? Yes, I want everybody's consent. Come on. Yes, great. So the basic consequence is India being sold off. Very good. Now Mir Jafar will start to feel a little bit uneasy. Bengal was being looted in front of him, and for a brief period he will grow a spine. For a brief period he will grow a spine. Battle of Plassey is what we discussed, right, Ranjan? 1757, 23rd June. Now, 23rd June, Battle of Plassey. Consequences, looting of Bengal. Zamindari of Pargana means that Zamindari means land ownership of the 24 Parganas. So Plassey has happened, looting of Bengal has happened. Now Mir Jafar can see the grave mistake he's done. Now Mir Jafar can see the grave mistake he's done. So now he looks for a solution. Now he looks for a solution. And the solution is something which I didn't discuss with you previously, but is actually linked to the Dutch. And this is considered the last major interaction between the Dutch and the English in India. And then what did you not understand? Plassey was a conspiracy. Clive was going to instigate the Sirajuddaula. Sirajuddaula will reach with his 4 generals. 2 generals did not fight. 2 generals fought. Mir Jafar killed Sirajuddaula and became Nawab. That is Plassey for you. There's no other thing with regards to Plassey. So I hope, Rajan, it's making sense that basically Plassey was a match-fixed conspiracy. Now, Battle of Plassey will lead to the consequence with regards to looting of Bengal. And now Mir Jafar wants a solution. Mir Jafar wants a solution. And the solution is that he will approach the Dutch. He will say to the Dutch, take some money and remove the English from Bengal. Take some money and remove the English from Bengal. And basically, the concept is called the Battle of Chinsura or Bedara. Here, the Dutch fought with the English. The Dutch had been employed by Mir Jafar to fight the English, but the English will win. And hereafter, this is technically 1759. Hereafter, the Dutch will cease to be a threat or will even be interested in India. So Mir Jafar, in his desperate attempt to make what he had done wrong, will invite the Dutch to fight the English, but basically the English will prevail over the Dutch also. And this technically finishes the phase 1 of the conquest of Bengal. I am going to repeat the phase 1 of conquest of Bengal. Please pay attention to what I am saying. Please pay attention to what I am saying. Listen. 7 years war happens. Fortification starts from English and French. Sirajuddaula says, don't do it. French will comply, British won't. Sirajuddaula comes, expels, takes away their settlements, and now has a small battle outside Fort William. After that, Fort William is breached. They will put certain people into a dungeon which is called the black hole incident. That will become the moral justification. Before that itself, it was already, I will discuss Qasim, wait. It had already been the Treaty of Alinagar, where Clive had come and defeated Sirajuddaula in order to make sure that they were able to get what they wanted to get back. After Treaty of Alinagar, Clive will go for a conspiracy. That conspiracy is nothing but called the Battle of Plassey. Mir Jafar and Kadim Khan will not fight. Jafar will become the Nawab, and he will basically sell off Bengal, pay a lot of money to the English. Once he will start to get frustrated within 2 years, he will ask the Dutch to defeat or remove the English from India, specifically Bengal, but the English will defeat. And now Mir Jafar was in a very, very tight position. Are we clear with regards to this? Yes? Is this making sense? Very good. Now, if I'm the English and I get to know that my puppet now wants to remove me itself, what will I do? What will I do? Very good. They didn't kill, but what they did was that Mir Jafar was removed and Mir Qasim was made the new Nawab. New Nawab. He was an officer within the army itself, and the British thought that he was dumb. The British did not want somebody who could think for himself. Basically, Qasim was seen as the British as not a big threat, and rather somebody they could control. So Jafar removed, Qasim brought back. And when Qasim will be brought back, or Qasim will be brought back, or made the new Nawab, again the British will take concessions. They will say, give us parts of Midnapur, give us parts of the different districts, give us half of the revenue which comes out of Chuna, limestone, what is called mining, give us certain gifts, make us happy. Basically, they will loot Bengal again when Mir Qasim will be made into the new Nawab. However, Qasim was a little bit more smarter than Mir Jafar. How? Because as soon as Qasim comes to power, he is able to see that I am technically a puppet. So he now starts to systematically take away the power away from the English. First, what he does after giving all these gifts to the British, because he has no other option, he shifts the capital away from Murshidabad to Munger in Bihar. Therefore, so that the court could be a little bit more free. But Qasim will do something which will infuriate the British quite a lot. Can I tell you what he does, and this becomes the context for the Battle of Buxar? Yes? Okay. See, the advantage of the British in Bengal is what? That they can trade free. They can basically give dastaks to people. They don't have to pay any duty. They don't have to pay any form of what we call as taxes, customs. This was the advantage. This is what they got from the 1717 Farman and from Mir Jafar, that no one can compete with the British because the British can trade without paying 1 ounce of tax itself. Yes, that their commodities will not be taxed. Everyone else's commodity will be taxed. Yes or no? Yes. Now, Mir Qasim says, okay, if this is the advantage of the British, I'll abolish the taxes for everybody. Murshidabad to Munger. I'll abolish the taxes for everyone. कर लो. From an Indian trader to a French to a Dutch to an English, nobody pays taxes. So basically, the British advantage is taken away within 1 second. The British advantage was that they did not pay any tax. Mir Qasim says no one pays tax. And this will again anger the British quite a lot. And now Mir Qasim will be seen as a enemy of the British, and they will fight. They will fight. Mir Qasim will be removed as the Nawab, and Mir Jafar will be brought back. Mir Jafar will be brought back. But Mir Qasim understood one thing, which is that he can't defeat the British alone. So Mir Qasim, after fighting smaller battles which he will be defeated in, will go to Awadh and talk to our friend. What is his name? Very good. He will say to Suja Uddaulah. Now you get the point of why I told you their names. He will talk to Suja Uddaulah and he will say to Suja Uddaulah, the British have gone out of hand in Bengal. We need to do something. So Suja Uddaulah will say, wait, let's do one thing. Let's also add the Mughal emperor. And the Mughal emperor, Shah Alam the second, will now go into an alliance with Mir Qasim, and this is called the Triple Alliance, which is now going to fight the battle with the English in the fateful year of 1764 at Buxar. And this is called the Battle of Buxar. And the English will defeat this alliance. Mir Qasim will run away, and the most dangerous but fateful treaty of India will be signed, which is called the Treaty of Allahabad. At the Treaty of Allahabad, the Mughal emperor will be made into a pensioner. Now you see one thing. The agenda of Clive was very clear. If he would have wanted, tell me, if he would have wanted, could Clive have killed the emperor and nobody got to know? If Clive wanted, he could have easily killed Shah Alam II and become emperor of India itself. But Clive was smart. Clive knew that if he does this, then the East India Company will come into too much focus. So he said, rather, what is the basic interest of the British in India? Money. They want to loot. He said, let's do one thing. Let's make this ruler our pensioner. We pay pension to the Mughal emperor, and they will take from him the most important right they could get, which is called the Diwani rights of Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. Basically, the British took the right to collect revenue from Bengal, Bihar, and Orissa. Now listen to me very clearly. There's something called Nazim and there's something called Diwan. I told you this concept. There's something called Nazim, there's something called Diwan. They could have taken Nazim's power also. But they didn't. They did not take the power of the district magistrate in a way which is the Nazim's power, because that is a headache. Headache to do day-to-day administration, these, that. They said, we want what gives us money. But the British, though they did not want to administer, they said to Shah Alam, देखो, we don't want it, चाहिए तो नहीं. You give me 57 lakh rupees and you keep the Nazim's power. So they will take money to forego a responsibility which they did not want also. So they will take the Diwani right, but they will also be compensated for not taking the Nazim's right also. So it's a win-win situation. They get money also, they don't get headache also. And it is believed that in Indian history, Battle of Buxar was much, much more decisive than Battle of Plassey. And I think you should be able to see that. You should be able to see that. Plassey did not seal the fate of India, but Battle of Buxar did. Because after Battle of Buxar, there was no coming back. The British now became from just a small trading company to a territorial power and a diwan of a province. Are you getting my point? Why is Plassey considered secondary to Buxar and why Buxar is considered more important to Plassey? Because Plassey ended only with looting of Bengal. Buxar ended with them becoming more or less from a territorial power. See, why is I'll write this down and then I'll read it out to you. See, why is Buxar considered more important than Plassey? Because after the Battle of Buxar, the company ceased to be a commercial power and transformed into a territorial power. They were now literally controlling this part of India. Northern Sirkars they had already got from the Hyderabad sector, and now whatever you see in gray, in brown, is what they actually control. We'll discuss that, Amrit. That's not the way, but we'll discuss that. So, are you getting the importance of the conquest of Bengal? Yes? Can I read all this out from the PPT and just give you a basic summary of whatever you have to learn here? Okay. Now, see. When Mir Jafar will start to become more and more irritated, he will go into a conspiracy with the Dutch at Chinsura, and the Dutch will be defeated by the English at the Battle of Bedara in November of 1759. Mir Jafar will be removed on the ground of incompetency, and Mir Qasim will be brought to the throne. Money from revenue taken by the British. Yes, I will tell you what Diwani right means when I will pick up from this point when I will go to economic history, because I need to tell you what is called land grant settlements. So land grant settlements, for example, permanent revenue, this I will discuss with you. So that is a totally separate discussion. We'll do all this together, conquest, and I'll be back with the concept of Diwani. Right? Are you getting my point? Getting my point? That very simply, we are trying to first understand the expansion of the British. I'll be back with this point. Now, when Mir Qasim will become the Nawab, he will agree to give, cede means agree to give Burdwan, Midnapur and Chittagong to the British, half of the share in Chuna or limestone trading in the Sylhet sector, pay off all outstanding dues of the company, pay a sum of 5 lakh rupees for financing the company's war in the south, and Mir Qasim, Mir Qasim's enemy were now company's enemy, and company's friends were now Mir Qasim's friend. But Mir Qasim was actually much more in a way smarter than Jafar, because as soon as he will come to power, he will try to remove the influence of the British from the Nawab's court, or from the Nawab's what we call as courtship generally. And the concept is that he will shift the capital from Murshidabad to Munger. Then he will also change the bureaucracy to include his own men. He will modernize the army. But because the main power of the British was basically the corruption and the coercive methods which they were using or misusing in the Dastak. And whilst Qasim told Qasim told the British many times not to use it, ultimately he will abolish all the inland taxes for everyone, therefore giving the Indian treasures equal footing with the English. Now, this will lead to hostilities between Mir Qasim and the British, and the Nawab was defeated in a series of battles and will flee to Awadh. There he will form an alliance with Sujauddaulah and Shah Alam II. The Allies' strength outnumbered the British. However, a British army under Thomas Munro will defeat this triple alliance, and that is called the Battle of Buxar in 1764. The joint armies of Mir Qasim were defeated by the British. Mir Qasim will run away from the battle, abscond. Sujauddaulah and Shah Alam II will surrender to the English army. Now, what is the consequence of the second of the Battle of Buxar? This is very important. Treaty of Allahabad, signed by Sujauddaulah and Shah Alam II. District of Midnapur, Burdwan, Chittagong fully transferred. English were permitted to trade duty free in Bengal. Mir Jafar was brought back, but with harsher terms. The company will be paid in a regular basis by he and his successors, and allow the company to also intervene in appointments. But what is more important is this: Sujauddaulah will agree to surrender Allahabad and Kara to Shah Alam II. Basically, the British will show to the emperor that we are giving you also something. Rupees 50 lakh will be paid as war indemnity, forced to maintain an English force in his territory. Shah Alam will now also go under the protection of the British. He will now not reside in Delhi but in Allahabad. And the most important, granted the company the Diwani of Bihar, Bengal, and Orissa. A sum of 53 lakhs will be given to the company for not taking the what is called the Nizamat functions or the Nazim's functions. Clive will be appointed as the first governor of Bengal properly, and he will sign a new treaty which will technically make him so powerful that he could administer this whole area in a way as a deputy subedar. Basically, he's like the governor of Bengal itself, literally in Mughal sense also. And that is why, with the Battle of Buxar, India's fate was sealed. Now, if you understand this, I'll give you three main questions to give you a feel of what type of questions can come from this area. Can I give you that? Just to give you a feel of which type of questions come. Is this making sense? I told you it is heavy. It is like this only. It's going to be like this for one more day. After that, from tomorrow and day after, we don't have class, Saturday, Sunday. When I come back on Monday, we'll finish this. From Tuesday onward, it's going to ease off. That is my promise to you. Okay. Now, okay, I'm giving you three questions. to give you a feel of what type of questions come. And as you would know, two things are going to happen on Saturday. Please pay attention for anybody who's new. You will get one subjective question paper of 5 questions made by me for your practice on your portal in your dashboard. And second, you will also get an objective test in which you can practice 15 to 16 questions out of whatever we've discussed till today. Only what we've done till today. If you know it, very good. If you don't know it, I would request the SMA to just push the pathway for both, which is the what is called the weekly test, which happens on every Saturday after we finish our one whole week from Monday to Friday. You know about it? Yes or no? Why would Shudaudullah give areas to Shah Alam? So as to give Shah Alam an illusion that he's under the protection of the company. If you know it, very good. If you don't know it, please, you should be practicing these questions. It will help you consolidate the week, right? MCQ questions and what we call as subjective mains questions. Both will be given to you, right? So over the next 4 weeks, 20 questions will be shared with you and you will be practicing with me close to, again, 80 to 90 questions out of all these areas, other than what we do in previous year questions. Getting my point? Yes, very good. Who gave 53 lakh rupees? Shah Alam the second. Now, there is no time limit. You can practice it on Saturday. You can practice it on Sunday. You can give it later also. It's totally your call. You can revise and then give the examination. I'm giving you 3 type of questions to give you a feel of what type of questions come. Now, one type of question which can come from the Carnatic sector you see here is the reasons for the first and third Carnatic wars do not lie in India but in Europe. Elaborate. Elaborate is that you have to show that was the first and third Carnatic war linked to reasons which were in India or in Europe. They were linked to reasons in Europe. Therefore, you have to just tell them the reasons here. So 150 words. 150 words means 10 marks. 150 words. Okay. Now, second question is going to be, why did the East India Company of the British prevail over any other European company in India? What is the reason for this? These are not previous year questions. Obviously, I don't learn previous year questions. I'm giving you practice questions. There has not been a previous year question with regards to this area, generally with regards to mains. Private company, disunity, farmans, concession. Main thing you have to emphasize is private aspect, right? Okay. In the context of Indian history, the Battle of Buxar was more impactful than the Battle of Plassey. Do you agree? See, other than writing these answers and sending to them at islive@byju's.com. I'll keep on giving you these questions from time to time. On face value, are you in a position right now to answer these three questions? Face value. Basically, whatever we've done with 1 week, not even 1 week, 4 days of study, are you able to make something out in your mind? What would you write in these three? Yes? Then the purpose of the class is done, which is that I see little bit 10%, 20%. Anybody can write an answer after revising. I'm asking you, can you write it even not without revising? That is the point here. If I randomly ask you this question, you can give me basic points for sure. Now you tell me, when you met me on Tuesday, were you in the same position? No. That is the process we are going through. And by the time we reach the 21st class, you will be in a position to actually write any answer, be it theoretical or factual. But I'll tell you one more thing. I'll tell you one more thing. The questions tell you one very important point. Facts don't matter in mains. What matters is analytical skills and concepts. Are you able to understand the question? And are you able to write the answer? None of the question I've written here, we started on Tuesday, right? None of the questions written here are asking you, give me the name of rulers, give me the name of treaties. They are asking you very genuine theoretical questions, right? If this is clear, I would like to do certain previous year questions with you, and then we'll talk about the Marathas. Can I do previous year? Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, there are only three, because this area not a lot of questions come from. Okay. I'm going to push the poll feature to you, so I would expect you to be a little bit more attentive now. Battle of Buxar, as I said, all three fight with English. English win. Treaty of Allahabad, Diwani rights. Okay. Consider the following statements. Charter Acts later, Webber, all that later. Constitutional history I will do with you. St. Francis Xavier, and this is 2021. St. Francis Xavier was one of the founding members of the Jesuit order. St. Francis Xavier died in Goa, and a church is dedicated to him there. The feast of St. Francis Xavier is celebrated in Goa each year. Right? Okay. I'm going to push a poll to you. This is proper UPSC question which came. Come on. Don't have to write it in the comments section. You can write it. You can just interact with the poll which has come in front of you. Rule number 1 for anybody who's using the poll first time. If you remove it, I can also not bring it back. So you would have to put in something. If it's popping up on your screen, you just do it easily. Do it and then don't remove it. Very good. Wow. Perfect. This was considered one of the difficult questions out of 2021. But the beauty of this question is basically elimination. St. Francis Xavier was one of the founding members of Jesuit order. मुझे पता ही नहीं, I don't know. St. Francis Xavier feast happens in Goa. Again, I don't know. St. Francis Xavier died in Goa, and a church is dedicated to him. Did he die in Goa? No. He died in China. And then his body was dug up and brought back to India and then put back to Goa. This is an incorrect statement. That is the only thing I know. This option can't be there. This option can't be there. This option can't be there. Our option is C. This is called elimination. Sometimes you don't need to know, all the statements. You just need to know one or two of the statements itself. So UPSC gave a difficult question, but they also gave you a way out. Is Francis Xavier the founding member of Jesuits, Catholic Christians in India? Yes, he is. Was there a feast of Francis Xavier which happens every year in Goa? Yes, it's an art and culture question. And the catch was Goa, did he die or not? So this is a difficult question. I think you find it easy because you are able to recall the fact that where did he die. Yes, great. Now, with reference to Indian history, which of the following are correct? The Nizam of Arcot emerged out of Hyderabad state, and this year 2021 three questions came out of this area. The Mysore kingdom emerged out of the Vijayanagara Empire. The Rohilkhand kingdom was formed out of the territories occupied by MH4 Durrani. Which of the statements are correct? Come on. Giving you 30 seconds so that you can read closely and then answer me. Use your mind. This is a question out of successor states. I gave you the origin of each and every successor state. Just apply that to your mind. Great. Very good percentages for the first week itself. 42, 30, 15, 14. So I want to talk to the people who are 30%. Why are you answering only 2? Why are you answering only 2? See, Mysore, Vodayar, Vijayanagara. This you know. This too you know. Everybody is more or less considering this as the standard protocol. So 2 has to be there. But the problem is there are 3 options with 2. Nizamat of Arcot means what area? Very good. Carnatic. Did the Carnatic sector come out of the Hyderabad state? Sadadullah Khan. And the beauty of this question is there is no option in 1, 2 and 3. So this means that 3 has to be incorrect because there is no option 1, 2 and 3. More than that, it was not Ahmad Shah Durrani. It was whom? Ali Muhammad Khan, who established the Rohilkhand sector. Nizamat, Nawabship, Sultanship, Emperorship, all the same thing. This is a title taken by the king. The king of Arcot is written. Are you getting how this question is easy and difficult at the same point of time? It's easy because the options does not have 1, 2 and 3. If that would be the case, then it would become Bangash Pathan is there. Even if you know that if it is Bangash Pathan or Bangash, that is also clear. The simple point of the matter is this statement is incorrect because if I know that first is correct, if I know that the second is correct, there is no option for the third one. The Nizamat of Arcot emerged as an independent state after the weakening of Mughal Empire. Hariom, tell me one thing. Go to the slide which is related to Carnatic. It will very clearly say that it came under Hyderabad and it later became weak. The Hyderabad state, when it became independent, Carnatic came out of it. Then all of them are technically related to the Mughal Empire. So again, what you are doing, Hariom, is called overthinking. This is a major disease which spreads into UPSC aspirants very quickly. And it's very hard to diagnose. And even if you diagnose it, there's very hard to control the symptoms because most of you are asymptomatic. Don't try to think beyond what the question is saying. Is the question saying Mughal Empire anywhere? Tell me. Is it saying that? Then why are you bringing in the Mughal Empire? In a way, all of them are related to the Mughal Empire because either it is successor or it is rebel. Getting my point? Why 1 and 2 is the answer? No, Shushmit, no. Can I move to the last question, which is the most difficult out of all of them, but I'll give you the catch and then you answer the question. In the first quarter of 17th century, which of the following were the factories of the English East India Company located? Broch, Chikakol, Trinopoli. Now, I can tell you Chikakol is basically Andhra Pradesh sector. Andhra Pradesh sector, there's a city called Srirangam, which is called Chikakol. That is the only thing I'm giving you as hint. Though I should not, but we will do it later. It's related to the Anglo-Mysore Wars. That is why you don't know it. Okay. But what I want to see is something totally different from you here. Come on. Vodeyars, again, Shalu, proper overthinking. Proper. Next level overthinking. Vodeyars came out of Vijayanagara. So automatically Mysore came out of Vijayanagara. Very good. Wow. 44, 20, 20, 17. Now, see, there are three things I want to teach you here. There are three things which I need to teach you here. First is called close reading of the question. Trinopoli, you've seen with regards to the Carnatic Wars, Trinopoli Fort. Chikakol, as I said, is related to Anglo-Mysore. That's a separate issue altogether. It's a small city in Andhra Pradesh. And Broch, we have heard with the in the context of which Farman? Which year? Which Farman? The 1615 one. Very good. 1615 one. Jahangir. Now, what students will do is that they will answer 1 and 3. But the saving grace is 1 and 3 is not there only. Because if there was 1 and 3, then most of the people go towards 1 and 3 because the only two places which they know are Trinopoli and Broch. But the catch is not in the 1, 2 and 3, is here in the first statement itself. It says in the first quarter of 17th century. How much is a quarter? Out of 100? 25. So first quarter of 17th century means 1600 to 1625. Remember, in history, century is always one forward. So if I say 15th century, it means 1400. If I say 17th century, it means 1600. We are today in 21st century, but we are in 2023. So between 1600 to 1625, which were the factories of the British? This is what the question is asking you. Trinopoli cannot be the option because of the fact that Trinopoli only comes in the 1740s period, 18th century. And Chikakol is basically related to the Anglo-Mysore Wars because there's a battle of Chikakol. But the catch is not that. It's a hard question, totally hard question. But the catch is not that you don't know Chikakol or Trinopoli. If you know that they're asking you 1600 to 1625, the British in between this period have only 2 farmans, which mean that they are only in Surat, in Ahmedabad, in Broch, in Mauslipatnam, and in Bengal and Agra. Yes or no? This is the place where they are. So out of all of these options, Chikakol and Trinopoli are both in the southern sector, and they are not Mauslipatnam. So this will be considered, out of the 3 questions which came in 2021, the most difficult. But why am I discussing it with you? Because it is analytical. It is analytical. Therefore, it allows you to use your residual knowledge. It's called residual knowledge. In UPSC, book questions don't come. In UPSC, that is what I'm trying to teach you here. What comes is basically application of knowledge rather than ratification of knowledge. What I did was I applied my basic residual knowledge. Okay, these are the 2 farmans which come. This is 1600, 1625. Okay, this means that these are the only areas which is there. But the problem is that when students start to become analytical, they also go towards overthinking. So you need to be a little bit wary of where you are, because a lot of times very standard statements are rejected by students in silly mistakes. And as I go forward in this with you, I'll try to tell you how you avoid overthinking. Clear? Is this clear? Because then I will have one more small discussion. That is the end of today. Marathas is not possible. I want to discuss these words which are used in question. Discuss, critically analyze, elaborate. As it is, I would have to tell you that somewhere or the other for sure. Can I discuss that with you? So only one is correct. Only one is correct. Yes? Can we have that discussion? We can have that discussion. Yes, very good. Before I do that, see, what have we done today? Come on. What have we done today? We have understood Carnatic first, second, third, and we've understood Bengal. So I hope that it's making sense. It's actually making sense with regards to what happened in the Carnatic sector, first, second, third, and the 2 battles in Bengal. Yes, okay. Now, please pay attention to this. This is something again which nobody is going to discuss with you, but I believe you should know. Whenever you write an answer or when you get a question from UPSC, you will see words like this: explain, elaborate, analyze, examine, discuss, critically analyze, comment, do you agree, elucidate. You see these words? You see these words? Yes. Now, justify does not come nowadays. Now, what do they mean? What do they mean? Because each of them has a separate meaning, and you need to understand that. See, the simplest of all of them is discuss. Discuss means you have to just write the points related to issue. Just give them, see, discuss, describe, same thing. Same thing. Now, then there is examine and explain. Examine and explain. Explain and examine. Here in explain, you have to write the points, but also elaborate, on how or why. You would have to explain the reasoning. Explain the reasoning. So, for example, explain the importance of Jahangir's Farman. So, you would have to tell what are the Farmans, but also explain why are they important. So, sometimes when you are answering how and why, you are technically explaining. In examining, when you examine, it's write the points, but also with demerit and merit, or merit and compare. And compare. So, for example, examine why the Battle of Buxar is more important than Battle of Plassey. So, in this, you would have to tell me comparatively why is that Battle of Buxar is more important than Battle of Plassey. Right? Till this point, makes sense? How explain is different from examine is different from describe, because the emphasis is shifting. Now comes this word called critically. See, wherever you see critically means that you have to write both positive and negative. Therefore, you have to give a balanced perspective. You have to give a balanced perspective. And the word analyze means that you have to explain the why, what, and how. So, analyze the foolishness of Farrukhsiyar in 1717. So, you would have to analyze why did he give it, why is what context he gave it, and how does it impact India. So, analyze, explain, examine are close to each other, little bit different. The most used nowadays is this: elucidate or elaborate. Here you explain via examples or demonstrate. Basically, it says, statement is, the British in India were based on certain farmans. Elucidate. So you would have to say this farman, that farman, this farman, that farman. You are demonstrating to the examiner that his statement is correct or incorrect. And now the most dangerous is comment or do you agree. Comment is about your opinion. And why is it dangerous? Because you can't give an opinion which is contradictory to the examiner. The examiner says India has a very good relationship with China. Comment. Now, if the statement is written in this way, you will say it is troubled, but you would have to take a very balanced perspective. Comment and do you agree? Students become emotional. They start to write what comes to their heart. But technically, don't have to do that. You have to again balance the perspective and be neutral throughout this whole process. Right? So I think you are in a better position now to do the questions which will come to you on Saturday, and whatever I've given to you till this point. Make sense? Yes. Demonstrate means write valid points. Not much explanation required, nothing more than that. No. Demonstrate, elucidate, elaborate, the same thing. Write a point, explain it through example. Okay. In 1615, British can only trade in brooch, not set up factory. Pulkit, it's implied that they can set up a small factory, not fortified. Substantiate, elaborate, and elucidate, same thing. Comment is that you write all the points and then give your opinion in the conclusion. Compare, nobody gives, but compare is basically again examine only. Okay. Nobody is making diagrams in the examination. Nobody has that much time. You cannot ever totally disagree in a comment or do you agree question. Yes? Perfect. So if you do not have a question, thank you so much. I will see you on Monday. Have a very productive weekend. Don't forget who these actors are. So on Monday, what Carnatic, which Carnatic, what Maratha, that should not happen. Just revise over the weekend generally. I hope that these 4 days have been a little bit more impactful on your preparation, and you are now becoming more and more comfortable with modern India. Mind maps, timelines, everything I will make with you. Let us go through this painful section together. Then it will ease off automatically, as you will see. And on Monday, we will discuss how to approach these questions also. And generally, I'm trying to basically give you more than what is needed for modern India and going into these things also, because it's a part and parcel of being a UPSC aspirant, and you should get the right information at the right platform in that way. Right? So there's nothing called an imagine question. UPSC will never say imagine. No, no. Right? Okay. Thank you. Take care. Bye bye. If you don't have a question, have a very productive day and see you on Monday, same time in the morning. Please don't be late. Bye bye. Okay. Perfect, Deepika. Thank you for that. What happens if Divani was given again? Shalu will discuss that. Wait for that. What is Divani and what is the implication of that? I will discuss with you. Can we write some? You can write any question and send it to IS Live. You can go to anything. You like us question, write it. We are ready to check anything you send to us. So don't worry about that. Evaluate means that you have to actually see the, in a way, evaluate and analyze become the same. You have to compare. You have to compare and see what is related to that in that sense. How did it send messages between France and Britain? It's all based on ship movement. That's it. How to start introduction is going to be there. Comment portion is going to come in the conclusion. You write a conclusion also. Yes. Hariom, I will tell you the NCRT chapters. Ancient medieval, when I do, I tell you the chapters because I have multiple books. I will tell you that once we reach a certain point. This chapter is not there in NCRT only. How do you revise? You revise through timelines, mind maps, and basically discussing. Or see, you learn something and you try to write it down. That will help you revise. How many pages is 250 words? That is totally on your handwriting. Should be, it's big, it will become 4 pages. If it's small, it will be 1 page. It's not 1.5 pages is considered more or less enough. Does grammar really matter? Yes, grammar really matters. Can't be grammatically incorrect in the answer. Names are tough. Just write them 2-3 times. It will come to you. Rashmi, the second question is, why did East India Company prevail? Because it was the private company. It had better understanding of the state. More than that, it was more desperate and aggressive. And the other companies were governmental companies. Bipin Chandra also will not give you these wars. Bipin Chandra, it just gives a very brief account of these wars. These are very detailed discussions which you only have in PPT. What happened to Qasim? He absconded, may have died later. Okay. See you. Take care. Bye-bye. Yeah, so Pintu, you can just rely on the PPT. Don't worry about that. Good day. Bye-bye.